Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Benavidez, Bridges,
Excused.
Bright, Carson, Catlin,
Excused.
Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Judah, Kip, Kirkmeyer, Colker, Lindstedt, Liston, Marchman, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman,
Excused.
Zamora Wilson, Weissman, Bridges was here, he said. Catlin, Bridges. Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Kirkmeyer, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Would everyone please stand up for the pledge? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God,
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Approval of the journal. Senator Lindstedt. Come on.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Journal of Thursday, April 30th, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Man, I don't know what's wrong with my hearing, but the ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Joint Resolution 25. Correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 138, 165, and 172. Correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 17, 170, 171, 173, and 174. Correctly revised, House Bill 1005, 1006, and 1312. Correctly re-revised, House Bill 1052, 1193, 1214, 1242, 1258, 1260, 1283, 1290, and 1313. Correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 92, 101, 158, and 159.
Committee reports.
Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1336 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed in the consent calendar. House Bill 1069 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the committee on appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 167 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the committee on appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1227 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1347 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 100 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1314 be referred to the Committee of the whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1132 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1342 be referred to the Committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 178 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Local Government and Housing, after consideration on the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1196 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1224 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1308 be postponed indefinitely.
The Almighty, the Great One, El Jefe, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am humbly here to serve you. Colleagues, we have a record today of a motion to proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege by anyone but the president.
Now, when I ask for all those in favor, I hope I don't hear very many. You've heard the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. What is going on? Opposed, no? Thank you. Thank you. All late bills approved. I'm just joking. That motion is granted. Moments of personal privilege. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Colleagues, it is Leadership Day for the Pueblo Latino Chamber, and I'm excited. We will have them here with us very shortly. When you get the chance, please say hi. They'll be here in just a couple minutes. This is, this is the first time this year that whole group is coming up to Denver. They are not used to the traffic like I am, so give them a little patience.
Very good. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 134.
The motion is reconsideration of Senate Bill 134. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion, who said roll call? Is there a roll call division vote on this? I don't know if that was that? Roll call is in order. Withdrawn. All right. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and reconsideration is granted. Mr. Schaufel, please read the title of Senate Bill 134.
Senate Bill 134 by Senators Lindsted and Judah and Representatives Duran and McCluskey concerning the imposition of fees by payment card networks.
Senator Lindsted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 134 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing no further, there's further discussion. Senadora Gonzalez.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President. This morning, before coming into the Capitol, I bought a cup of coffee. I paid for it with my debit card issued by my credit union. Shout out Zing. More about that in a bit. Senate Bill 134 presents a rather straightforward policy for our consideration. Shall an institution with over $60 billion in assets be prohibited from charging swipe fees on the sales tax that is collected? It's a rather straightforward proposal. And yet this policy has become wrapped up in an incredible amount of lobbying efforts. Since this bill has been introduced, I've been bombarded. I've spoken with policy experts. I've read emails from constituents. I've sat down with folks on both sides. I've ignored so many messages, text messages from the lobby, and then read them late at night after the fact. I've taken calls from restaurant owners desperate for relief, hoping this bill would allow them to keep their doors open for another month. I've heard from nonprofit organizations anxious that if this bill passes, the corporations who pass along their profits in the form of philanthropy would have to tighten their belts, and that the communities those nonprofit organizations serve would thereafter suffer as a result. I've heard from veterans organizations I've been threatened that if I vote a certain way, I'll get blown up about it and my other bills will suffer as a result. I've read the Trump administration's Office of the Comptroller of the Currency's interim federal rule, issued to preempt Illinois' Interchange Fee Prohibition Act just right before it is set to take effect. Of course, the Trump administration would. Y'all, this is how it happens. Proponents of this bill say that it would provide relief to restaurant owners. Opponents say this is going to get tied up in the courts and will cost the state untold amounts in litigation costs. Will Senate Bill 134 mean that you or any Colorado consumer pays less? When this policy was first introduced, I actually had to get my head wrapped around how this bill might save everyday Coloradans money. The simple fact is it doesn't. This bill has unfolded as a proxy battle that is taking place here in Colorado and across the country between the financial services industry, the Visas and the MasterCards, the banks and the credit unions, the payment processing companies, and business. Whether you're talking about the big Walmarts and Targets, the retail council, or the small businesses, the restaurants. But colleagues, the fact that there has been so much resource poured into the lobbying on this bill is telling in and of itself. I felt it was important that we all show up and take this vote today. So vote your conscience on this bill. But if you're a Colorado consumer, if you want to actually help out your local coffee shop, consider paying with cash.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 134. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kipp, Benavidez, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Henriksen, Colker, Mr. Majority Leader, Pelton B., Bright, Carson, Pelton R., Liston, Catlin, Baisley, with a vote of 18 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 134 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Ball, Doherty, third reading of the bills. Consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of the bill on the consent calendar. The bill.
Senate Bill 165 by Senator Robertson, Pelton R., and Representative McCormick and Soper concerning measures to support species conservation and in connection therewith authorizing an appropriation from the Species Conservation Trust Fund.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of the bill on third reading of bill's final passage consent calendar, which is Senate Bill 165.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of the bill on third reading of the bill's consent calendar. Is there at least one no vote? Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote for Senate Bill 165. Thank you.
Senator Zamora Wilson is recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 165. Seeing no further no votes, with a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 165 is passed. No sponsors. Senators Amabile, Catlin, Marchman, Judah, Kipp, Mr. Minority Leader, Ball, Bridges, Please add the President and Senator Cutter. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 138.
Senate Bill 138 by Senators Doherty and Mullica and Representative Stewart Kay concerning measures to reduce the administrative burden on the healthcare system.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 138 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is a passage of Senate Bill 138. Are there any no votes? Senators Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley. With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 138 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kipp, Cutter, Roberts, Marchman, Judah, Exum. Co-sponsors on 138. Colker, Bridges, Carson, Danielson, Bright, Ball. Please add the President. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 172.
Senate Bill 172 by Senators Henderson and Kipp and Representatives Basnicker and Pascal concerning the Front Range Passenger Rail District.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 172 on third and final reading and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 172. Are there any no votes? What? On Coco? Mr. Minority Leader. I hope none of y'all take the train. I'm just playing. Kirkmeyer. Frizzell. Zamora Wilson. Rich. Baisley. Pelton B. Liston. Bright. Carson. Gonzalez. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 172 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Judah, Marchman, Colker, Lindstedt, Sullivan, Ball, Exum, Cutter, Bridges. Please add the President. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1005.
House Bill 1005 by Representatives Mabry and Bacon and Senators Danielson and Judah concerning measures to reduce barriers in the Labor Peace Act to promote good faith collective bargaining negotiations and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1005 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I just want to highlight that today is May Day. Today is International Workers' Day. This is a date that highlights a struggle that workers faced more than 100 years ago to achieve an 8-hour workday. The struggle for workers' rights has cost many, many, many lives. And I want to acknowledge that date because we also have folks here that are visiting to acknowledge the passage of this really, really historic bill. It's an extension of that effort. While unions have been around for a long, long time, in Colorado we have a very unique barrier that was designed to prevent people from joining unions. It's creative union busting, but it's union busting nonetheless. We are the only state in the union that requires a second election at an incredibly high threshold to allow workers to truly join a union and begin to negotiate for their rights, their basic rights, the same rights that we were trying to achieve back in 1886. This 83-year-old law that was designed to union bust is not working for Colorado. We've heard from the opponents of the measure that this is a balanced system that works so well for the state of Colorado. Well, they're right in part. It works very, very, very well for the billionaires, for the corporations, for the elite, for the wealthy. It does not work for the workers. And that is why we must pass House Bill 1005 to eliminate this second election, to reduce the barriers to workers who choose to join a union, to choose to access the power a union brings them to achieve better pay, better benefits, safety on the job, and their rightful seat at the table in their own workplaces all across Colorado. This would restore that balance to most people across the state. I thank you for your time, and I urge an aye vote on the Worker Protection Act.
Further discussion? Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. When we were in committee, I heard from a witness who, her name was Justice, and she said before she joined the union, she had to have 3 jobs, and she couldn't plan for what her family needed and the things that really got them by. After she joined the union, she didn't have that uncertainty anymore. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, Mr. President, so find me if needed. But there are people in the gallery today, and they brought their children. And I think bringing their children is evident to exactly her testimony, really proving that they can plan for their future, they can plan for that every day, and that they can make sure that they're not having to live day by day and create that insurance for their children and not have to worry about what happens next. So with that, I also ask for an aye vote.
Senator Judah was gracious enough to acknowledge that she'd be willing to pay a fine. And therefore, Senator Judah will be fined $1 for acknowledging these beautiful families and people that I can't acknowledge because I have to pay another $1 to the Senate Secretary. All right. Very good. Senator Marshman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Bill's sponsors, for your tenacity in carrying this very important policy. House Bill 26-1005 is really about something incredibly simple. It's just making sure that workers have a fair and straightforward path to organize and advocate for themselves. Right now, as we heard, Colorado is the only state that requires a second election with a much higher threshold. Not afraid to say, barely made it here. I had 51%. And if I would have had to have won a second election at 75%, I wouldn't have been here. I'm wondering how many of us would have been here and how many of the occupants below us would have been here had they have had to go through 2 elections. So this bill does not create new rights. It aligns our process with what's used across our country. It respects the outcome of the initial vote that workers already take. If a majority of employees choose to organize, that decision should stand. Full stop. We trust workers. House Bill 26-1005 removes an unnecessary and unprecedented barrier, and it ensures that when workers speak, their voices are heard clearly. I urge an aye vote.
As a senator from the greatest swing seat myself, always the tier 1, I've struggled, and I appreciate the analogy that you shared. I struggled to win my re-elections. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the Worker Protection Act. It is clear that this governor has made his preference known. The question I think that we all will be asking is what will the position that the next governor takes on this policy? Let us make it very clear today that if the choice is between more democracy, quote unquote, in the form of 2 elections, because 2 elections are somehow better than 1, that is Orwellian. So let us pass this bill. Governor, sign this bill.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1005. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R., Catlin, Carson, Bright, Pelton B. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1005 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators. Unfortunately, we do not allow applause during floor work here in the Senate chamber, and I want to make sure we're respectful and have decorum. Mr. Majority Leader, I keep messing up, El Jefe. Cutter, Marchman, Wallace, Benavidez, Kip, Amabile, Doherty, Weissman, Snyder, Gonzalez, Ball, Sullivan, Lindstadt, Colker, Bridges, Roberts, Exum, Mullica. Please add the President. Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of House Bill 1006.
House Bill 1006 by Representatives Velasco, Martinez, and Senator Roberts concerning the designation of state institutions of higher education as thriving institutions.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1006 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1006. Are there any no votes? Senators Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Zamora Wilson, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R., Carson, Bright, Pelton B. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1006 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Kip, Colker, Amabile, Exum, Cutter. Please add the President. Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of House Bill 1312.
House Bill 1312 by Representative Clifford and Senator Mullica concerning measures related to peace officer participation and matters related to peace officer performance and in connection therewith requiring the Attorney General to submit a proposal to update law enforcement academy training programs, change the composition of the post board requiring a person be 21 years old to pass post board examinations for certification, and authorizing a peace officer academy staff person to be eligible to receive training or grants for training offered by any state or local entity.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1312 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1312. Are there any no votes? Senators Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Bright, Carson, Catlin. Oh, Catlin is an aye vote. Baisley. Baisley is a no vote. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1312 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Bridges, Lindstadt, Colker, Exum. Please add the President. Majority Leader Rodriguez, would you like to grant leave? Not really.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move pursuant to Senate Rule 21C, I move that the JBC be allowed to leave while the Senate is in session.
In the future. And any future JBC members?
And the JBC members, yeah.
Okay. No, only current. You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. Y'all ain't got to go home, but you got to get up out of here if you want to. General orders. Second reading of bills. Consent calendar. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Senate resolves itself Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. And Senator Roberts will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. Will the clerk please read the titles of all the bills on the general order second reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1235 by Representative Foray and Senator Doherty concerning updates to the medical assistance program. House Bill 1299 by Representatives Garcia, Sander, and Lukens and Senator Pelton B concerning reduction of regulatory burdens on local education providers.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on general order second reading of bills consent calendar, which consist of House Bill 1235 and House Bill 1299, and there are no committee reports.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of all the bills on the general order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills on the consent calendar are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
I was just giving him time to get his stuff. The Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 1st, 2026, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following task bills, being the second reading thereof, makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1235, House Bill 1299, passed on second reading in order to revise and place on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adopted as committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1235, House Bill 1299, passed in second reading in order revised, placed on counter for third reading and final passage. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in committee of the whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair. Again.
The committee will come to order. The coat rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 68 until Monday, May the 4th. May the 4th be with you.
All right, our first one of the year. The motion is for Senate Bill 68 to lay over until Monday, May 4th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1210 be placed at the bottom of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1210 to the bottom of today's calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over to the bottom of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1113?
House Bill 1113 by Representatives Sirota and Wilford and Senators Wallace and Weissman concerning modifications to law regarding elections.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1113 and the State Affairs and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the State Affairs report. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the State Affairs Committee, we had several amendments to clarify the language of the bill, including voter registration transfers, vacancy election timing, and pre-registration communication. We also strengthened protections against voter intimidation, unlawful firearms at polling places, and interference by officials or troops. And finally, we safeguarded against further interference in our elections by limiting third-party access to voter data without a warrant.
Is there any further discussion on the State Affairs report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the option of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the SVMA committee report is adopted. To the appropriations report, Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, we discussed the use of the Secretary's cash fund to pay for two provisions of this bill. One, to create updates allowing pre-registered voters to update their registration, and as well as the Secretary's work to geocode all addresses in the voter registration system, which is a critical and long overdue update.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
All right, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L45?
Amendment L45, amend Green Bill, page 5, line 1, strike corrections and substitute services.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L45.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment updates references to the Division of Youth Services to ensure that we are using the correct language, which is services, not the outdated term corrections. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L45. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. There, Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L46?
Amendment L46.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L46.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a technical amendment that clarifies language already in the bill, making it clearer that the Secretary of State has 60 days to review a petition instead of 30, unless a petition is turned in closer to the deadline. The deadline set by the Constitution will still have to be met. This doesn't reduce any time for circulation or make it harder to get in the ballot. It simply reduces costs by giving the SOS more time to review signatures.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L46. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L46 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have yet another amendment, please, sir.
Okay, there is an amendment at the desk. Clerk, please read L47.
Amendment L47.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L47.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This is the further clarification for the language that we just discussed in L46. Again, the SOS has 60 days to review a petition instead of 30.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L47. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one final amendment at the desk, please.
Okay, there is an amendment at the desk. The clerk please read L49.
Amendment
Senator
L49.
Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L49.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This is language requested by the Special District Association, ensuring that special districts are not required to pay a fee for recording an oath of office.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L49. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L49 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you letting us work through some small amendments. Members, our courts, our jurisprudence has come to recognize the right to vote as a fundamental right. It's a bit of a legal term of art, and that is because voting on ballot measures, or for people like us in a representative capacity in here, is how all of the other substantive issues about budgeting or regulatory policy or environmental policy or anything else is resolved. It's easy for us to kind of take that for granted because we've been, for all of our lives here in this country, in a stable democracy. I think it's really powerful to reflect on the experience of other countries in the world that haven't had the privileges that we've had for so long. I remember growing up reading the papers and different nations in Africa were having their first free election for the first time in decades, you know, in the life of most people then living in those countries. And people would queue in line, basically out in the open, in the desert, for up to 48 hours to vote. Because particularly when you haven't had the privilege, you understand how important it is to be able to be part of your own destiny. You know, fast forward in our time, I think we've all seen the news from the nation of Hungary, which is a country that has been slipping into unfreedom for years and over a decade, and they've just had a change in direction to a new leader who is, in every account I've read, considered conservative. But nonetheless, the people there feel that they are now more in control of their own destiny than they had been. That is what elections are about, is letting you be in charge of your own destiny. So I just want to sort of remind us of the table stakes here. Now, fortunately, you know, we haven't had to walk those paths. Instead, in Colorado, we have been a state that for a long time has had a lot of options and has tried to make it easy for people to vote. Back in 2004, we had somewhat different election laws back then, but half of people exercised the option to vote by mail. As long ago as 2004, another roughly quarter of folks voted early in person at any of the locations where you can do that, and then some people continued to vote on election day. What we had seen over the 10 years subsequent to that is mail is just convenient. More people chose to do it. Finally, we standardized our laws in 13 to get rid of some inconsistencies in application. For the most part, we've been voting in that framework ever since 12, going on 15 years now. Every year or two in this place, legislators have worked with our SOS, worked with our county clerks to just make some incremental improvements with an eye to continued ease and simplicity for voters, with an eye to greater security and efficiency and standardization. And that's basically what 1113 is doing here. It is a thick bill, as you've noticed if you've taken a look at that. Frankly, a lot of it is pretty minor and technical. We still have references in our election code to precincts. They exist, they're important for reporting results, but I think everybody knows we don't generally vote in that level anymore. So some of the stuff is small bore like that. Some of the changes here are more important, and they're responsive to modern conditions. They are to make sure that people can vote without intimidation, without interference. They are to see to security concerns that our election professionals, county clerks, have identified. Bottom line, I think if we look at how Colorado ranks compared to all the other states in the country, we are consistently one of the top 5, maybe a top 3 turnout state in the last number of elections. That is substantially because we make it easy for people to vote. Democratic, Republican, unaffiliated, any other party. We make it easy and secure and convenient for people to vote. And when you do that, people exercise the prerogative to participate, and we see high turnout. And frankly, the higher is turnout, the more of everybody who could vote actually votes. I think the more confidence that all of us can have in the result. Frankly, I wish every state had the kind of laws that we have. We would be a richer, more perfected democratic republic if we had that. The other 49 states obviously aren't up to us. Colorado is. We bring forward 1113 in the spirit of continuing to optimize our election laws for the sake of all of our constituents. Thank you.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Colorado has gold standard elections and one of the highest voter turnout rates in the country, as my good colleague from Aurora mentioned. Coloradans are enfranchised in a way that both inspires and empowers their civic participation. The ability to safely lift one's voice in order to determine our future is never guaranteed, and those of us elected to serve should therefore never take for granted the sacred duty that is ensuring those free and fair elections. They are the very heart of our nation and the core of our promise as a people. They are the only reason our work in this building has legitimacy. They are the only legacy that matters. Colorado has kept the promise of our democracy by continuously passing legislation to fortify our elections while creating ease of access, including mail-in voting, same-day voter registration, and accessible 24-hour drop boxes. This bill builds upon that work through extended voting windows, earlier access to those drop boxes, and polling centers that will stay open longer. It also takes steps to strengthen protections for voters and safeguard against threats to our elections. In the face of federal interference and the president's recent executive order creating unconstitutional federal voter lists and changing mail-in ballot standards, we must ensure Coloradans' rights are protected. Simply put, this bill is about the continued integrity of Colorado's elections and ensuring that every eligible voter can participate freely, securely, and confidently. We should be so proud as a state to have built a system that the nation looks to as a model, one grounded in ease for voters, transparency, and trust. And we have a responsibility to defend it. We will not allow shifting federal actions or political pressure from any administration to undermine the elections that Coloradans expect and deserve. Our state has always led with evidence, with bipartisan collaboration, and with a steadfast commitment to democracy. This bill continues that tradition, and rather than undermining elections for political gain, it demonstrates that Colorado's voting systems will continue to be led with certainty, stability, and integrity. I thank all of the stakeholders for their diligence and input, but more importantly, for the steadfast service to our voters during our time that their work has never been more important, nor more fraught, nor more under threat. Passing this legislation affirms that our elections belong to the people of Colorado and that we will do everything in our power to keep them secure and accessible. We owe this to our election workers, we owe it to our people, and we owe it to each generation that will inherit the republic. Let us remember that Colorado gave the right to vote and has treated the right to vote not as a privilege for a few, but as a promise to all. In 1893, the women of this state won the right to vote decades before that dream was realized for women nationally, and it was done through a popular vote of men. Because Coloradans have always believed that democracy is strongest when every voice is heard, and that legacy lives on in every ballot cast today. Voting is not just a civic act, it is an inheritance, hard-won and deeply sacred. It is how we honor those who fought to be included and how we shape the future for those who will come after us. When we protect our elections, we are not just choosing leaders or expressing opinions on issues, we are affirming that unshakable principle that power belongs to the people. I thank you each for your consideration, and I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in opposition to this bill. It introduces administrative complexity and discretionary standards that may undermine uniform election practices. Election laws and the reform should enhance security, transparency, and simplicity, not broaden bureaucratic control over how elections are conducted. You know, it was mentioned about the gold standard. As we talked in a previous bill, I have dealt with technical arenas, classified programs, and when it comes to election integrity, I have researched this arena. I mean, Colorado has experienced multiple CISA vulnerabilities. We've had the Secretary of State release hundreds of BIOS passwords. That the power from the local county clerks and we the people has been centralized to the Secretary of State. Even our ability to have third-party audits have been removed. The power of the election judges have been reduced. The Secretary of State also had over 30,000 registrations go to non-citizens. We have bloated voter rolls. And just recently, Judicial Watch was successful in fighting a case against the Secretary of State where over 372,000 inactive voters were removed from our bloated voter rolls. We were told that the computers were secure. There's no internet capability. And then we found out that there were Bluetooth and Wi-Fi capability, but then we were told, oh, they're not turned on. Well, have you ever been in the counting room? I have. I've watched the whole process. And I can tell you there's vulnerabilities. With my experience in these systems, they are not secure. You cannot guarantee that. Have you seen the software? Nope, none of us have. So to believe that we are the gold standard, I would say it's a belief. It's like a religion. You can't factually state with assurance, 100% assurance, that these are secure elections. and to say that increasing accessibility is a signal of success at the cost of our security, I would greatly disagree. And I would argue against this notion about being the gold standard. When citizens can't even audit their own elections, there is no transparency. And what we're doing is we're opening up the aperture even more for vulnerabilities. We're opening up to more vulnerabilities, less security, less transparency, and I urge a no vote on HB 1113. Thank you.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, every time I see an election-related bill, it's almost like having PTSD. When I was a county clerk, it was shortly after the Gore-Bush election. And the Colorado State Legislature, and probably all legislatures across the country, were making changes to the election process, it seemed like every year. We could barely get one process in place when the legislature thought they knew better, and they put something else in place, and voters were upset. We would be out at the vote centers, because we had vote centers back then, and they were so mad, and they were like, what are you doing? And I already had it pre-printed, legislators' names and contact information, because they were so upset. But here we are with another bill, and one of the things that I certainly agree with is that our election process is extremely accessible, and it has taken years, because I started in 2003 through 2010, and then we went to this all-mail balloting in 2013, and so here we are 13 years later with that, and we're still making all of these changes. Adding these layers of reporting and additional timelines and procedural mandates will only produce diminishing returns on voter satisfaction. Rather than improving efficiencies, these requirements risk diverting time and resources away from the core function of administering secure and reliable elections. At a time when election administrators are balancing operational demands with limited budgets, I would hope that we as a legislature would be cautious about imposing new mandates that add complexity without clear necessity. While the bill contains several technical updates, its overall approach leans toward expanding bureaucracy rather than streamlined administration. Now, I do have an amendment, and I would offer that now. Here you go.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L33?
Amendment L33.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L033 to House Bill 261113.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, this amendment would ensure that election-related emails sent by colleges and universities are strictly informational and cannot promote or oppose any candidate, voting issue, or political activity. This amendment ensures that voting operations within educational institutions remain politically neutral. The bill requires institutions of higher education to send multiple election-related emails to students, including detailed information tied to upcoming elections. Without any guardrails, these communications could drift into advocacy or one-sided messaging. The amendment makes clear that these emails must remain factual and nonpartisan, ensuring students receive information, not influence, from their institutions. That seems like a reasonable thing to ask of the higher education facilities, and I ask for an aye vote on L033.
Any further discussion on L033? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very important amendment. I rise in support of L33, and here's why. I live in an area that has a community college. I actually live in an area that has 2 community colleges, one just down the road, 45 minutes. And we want to make sure that the information that's going to the students, now, we don't even know if these students are voting age, because it says the bill requires institution of higher education to send multiple election-related emails, because some of these students are high school kids that are not voting age yet, like mine. I have one daughter that's voting age who voted in the last election, and I have another daughter who's going to college there that is not. We need to kind of know the status of the people before we start sending them emails about elections, because they may assume that they are allowed to participate. I think that we need to also make sure that it's neutral in manner, just giving information about where the voting is, how to vote, that's it, nothing else. I think this is a very, very important amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my good colleagues for this conversation. Higher ed cannot be bipartisan and receive the federal funding, the state funding that it receives. They know these boundaries themselves, and voter registration drives administered through the Secretary of State are nonpartisan efforts, and so there's plenty of guardrails already around that. This is duplicative, and just as a quick aside, I have good faith that no matter the age of the students at college universities, that they are intelligent enough to know that they are not allowed to vote until they are 18 years old. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have to remind you that we have already seen mailings go out that are partisan. And so this is going to, this amendment, L33, would ensure that that doesn't happen. And there's nothing wrong with making sure that these elections are fair and transparent and nonpartisan. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L33? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L33. A division has been requested.
Starting off strong.
Yeah. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L33. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L33 is lost. Any further discussion of the bill? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I want to talk about the voter rolls, keeping the voter rolls clean. So in Section 13 of this bill begins this way. If an elector whose registration record is marked inactive fails to update their registration record, fails to respond to a confirmation card, and fails to vote in any election conducted by the county clerk and recorder during the time period that includes 2 consecutive general elections since the elector's registration record was marked inactive, the Secretary of, here's the change, the Secretary of State shall cancel the elector's registration record. Excuse me. What's being changed by this bill is the removal of the county clerk and recorders. Now we have some 64 of them across the state, county clerks and recorders. So county clerks and recorders certainly have the frontline ability to remove inactive voters, and as does the Secretary of State. But what this bill does, in part, is to remove the county clerk and recorder's role in doing this. This is problematic for a couple of reasons. One is county clerks and recorders are very effective at getting this done. In fact, the El Paso County calls their effort the gold standard for removing inactive voters from the rolls. Also, our overall registration rolls have not been clean, and in fact have been, the state has been sued, the Secretary of State has been sued by Judicial Watch to remove over 300,000 inactive voters from the rolls, and did so, but only after being sued. And as the president currently, and the current administration, asks for information to help resolve all of the extra folks on Colorado voter rolls, there is a total lack of cooperation that comes as kind of a defiance coming from Secretary of State for that inquiry coming from the federal administration, who has interest, of course, in the federal portion of our elections. So all that to say, it does not make any sense. In fact, it seems like a very bad idea to exclude county clerks and recorders from the authority to also mark inactive those registrations. So that's why I'm introducing this amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Clerk, please read L34.
Amendment L34, amend Ringross Bill
Senator
page
Baisley.
16.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L34 to House Bill 1113.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment does takes a very simple act of reversing what is done in this bill, which is to remove county clerk and recorder's authority in canceling electors' registration records. So it simply puts that right back in. So it would read, that sentence would then read, if an elector whose registration record is marked inactive fails to update their registration record, fails to respond to any confirmation card, and fails to vote in any election conducted by the county clerk and recorder during the time period that includes 2 consecutive general elections since the elector's registration was marked inactive, the county clerk and recorder or Secretary of State shall cancel the elector's registration record. So it simply puts right back the county clerk and recorder's authority, along with the Secretary of State, to remove those inactive voters. So I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Weissman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to ask for a no vote, and I think my co-prime sponsor, the senator from East Boulder County, will say more. But I want to zoom out here because this notion of voters improperly on the rolls, I think, is one of those ghosts that just sort of haunts this discussion space. Another senator spoke earlier to, I don't know, beliefs. What's really become troubling about this conversation of registration and voting, again, the fundament of our democracy, is just beliefs that not only don't have evidence for them, but are just persistently contravened, dispelled by evidence, by studies, over and over and over and over again, and they keep persisting. We have a federal law called NVRA, National Voter Registration Act. It sets some sideboards under which states have to operate. That goes back to 92 or 93. We then have the cancellation statute, which is the part of the bill at issue in this amendment. There is, and I believe the senator from Teller County had this version. We did actually do an amendment in the House to confirm that there is still a role for a county clerk in carrying out the functions of cancellation. That's the technical term. I want to back up and make sure that all members of the Senate understand that we actually have a number of interlocking protections against improper registration, and we're talking about registration now, so I'll focus there and won't go further on to voting, although I could. There is an affirmation required in connection with registration. It is a Class 1 misdemeanor, a crime, to falsely affirm. We have long had provisions in our law by which county clerks who have reason to believe that there has been a false affirmation are instructed, shall turn those over to the DA for investigation. One of the updates that we've done over time is NCOA, National Change of Address. This is the postal system of who's moving around and filling out the form to forward your mail. We didn't used to have the technological ability to run our voter database master essentially against that for update purposes, but now we do, and that has long since been in the law. We do have mechanisms within the sideboards of NVRA to cancel folks who truly should, under the law, be canceled. Again, you go inactive in any of the ways that can happen, and then having become inactive, you fail to vote for 2 consecutive elections, and you don't do anything in the middle that moves you back to active, like just updating your registration or whatnot. So we have mechanisms. We are trying to somewhat standardize that mechanism in this part of the bill. Folks need to understand that people do come off the voter rolls, like you've moved or whatnot, and if you have passed, you actually come off the voter rolls a whole lot more quickly, because monthly we run the voter master at the SOS against death records collected by CDPHE. But short of that, if you have moved, if you've just decided, frankly, you're sick of politics and you're done voting, you go inactive, you stay inactive, you will come off the voter rolls. There are mechanisms for that. So I don't think this amendment is helpful or necessary, and more broadly in this conversation, I want to make sure that we don't give oxygen to the kind of falsehood that puts our election professionals, Democratic and Republican, in danger. We have power, we have privilege, we have position here. People pay attention to the words that we say in this building and at this microphone. So I guess I haven't been too concerned by anything I've heard yet, but obviously we've seen what can happen when rhetoric gets out of control in this state and this country. So I am going to urge a no vote on this amendment. I'm also going to urge in the continued debate that we just be a little bit careful. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of Amendment L034 to House Bill 1113. I would say that the county clerks and recorders are our first line of defense in the counties, and to exclude them from the process of finding out and being part of the equation that if voters are indeed inactive, what better and more qualified people than our good local county clerk and recorders who are elected by the people in those counties. They know best. They run the elections, and they run them fairly. I think we all agree that our county clerks do a great job. And to exclude them, which House Bill 1113 would do, so all this amendment does, by the good senator from Woodland Park, is it brings back a balanced and local role in maintaining these voter, local control. We're always talking about local control, and especially when it comes to voting. I know I can speak for my county, El Paso County, that we have a very high quality, well-trained clerk and recorder and his staff. I too have sat and watched the election process, the counting. He has sat down with a numerous number of voters and citizens, not just voters, citizens, to educate the citizens of El Paso County on the election process and what they go through to verify the voter rolls and who's voting and who shouldn't be voting. And he does it numerous times. In fact, a shout out to our good clerk recorder, Stephen Sliker. He just does a magnificent job. Not only he, but especially the clerk and recorder staff, because he. This amendment 034, I think, is well grounded. This bill, as the bill sponsor, it shifts the responsibility exclusively on the Secretary of State. Quite frankly, the Secretary of State, no matter who they are, but especially the current one, they don't know who the voters are. They don't really care. There have been numerous egregious problems with the current Secretary of State. But our clerk and recorder, your clerk and recorder, they know best. They do an excellent job. And the clerks are the officials that are closest to the community. They know what's going on. They have outreach, not only themselves, but through their staff. This is a well-funded amendment. This is a great amendment, isn't it? This is a great amendment. I encourage support for this amendment. I urge and I vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in support of Amendment 034. I also want to clarify some things as far as, number one, our elections are a matter of national security. It's critically important that they are secure and fair. And we must also keep this at the local level. As I had mentioned before, the Secretary of State has incrementally taken that power away at the local level. I mentioned about the election judges. Their power has decreased. And now we're seeing our county clerks. Their effectiveness is going to decrease. They know, as my colleague just mentioned, more about the elections at the local level than the Secretary of State. And as far as what's truth, I can tell you that there's a report out there. It's called the Colorado Canvassing Report. And this was conducted by concerned citizens of Colorado, hundreds of them, bipartisan, Republican, Democrat, unaffiliated. We saw some inconsistencies in the election, and we were concerned. And I can tell you, this isn't hearsay, We collected thousands of affidavits that will hold up in court on these issues that people across Colorado saw. This report focused on issues. 9,000, over 9,000, where you had ballots that were sent to dead people. We spoke to a widow. Her husband had passed away 10 years ago, was still getting a ballot. And despite her going and trying to remove him from the rolls, was still on the rolls for 10 years. Ballots going to empty lots, ballots going to corners and intersections. What I'm trying to say is, obviously, I had mentioned about the bloated voter rolls. We need things to be more secure. That's truth. That's not falsehood. This brings balance back to the local control where we need it, where our county clerks can purge those inactive or inconsistent voter rolls. These are our elections. They're not the Secretary of State's. The power should belong to us. I urge a yes vote on Amendment 034. Thank you.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in support of Amendment L034. If y'all don't know, there is a national designation, Certified Election Registration Administrator. There are very few that may have that, but probably now there's more than there were. But I can tell you right now, our current Secretary of State does not have that designation. It is the county clerks or the election staff members that have that designation. And they know better than anyone about handling the cancellation of inactive voter registrations. I would urge an aye vote on L034.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Grand Junction who has experience as a county clerk and recorder. So I'll remind that all this amendment does is restore the authority for county clerks and recorders to be able to remove registrars who they know to be ineligible. It does not take anything away from the Secretary of State and authority. In fact, it includes it. But Colorado relies on two primary systems to maintain voter rolls: the Electronic Registration Information Center, known as ERIC, and the U.S. Postal Service's National Change of Address database. Those systems are fed in the state's voter database, known as SCORE, Colorado's statewide voter registration database. Neither system is timely, comprehensive, or supportive of easy, error-free voter roll record changes by elections office personnel. And Colorado's largest county, El Paso, County Clerk Steve Schleicher and his election staff implemented a major process improvement aimed at reducing undeliverable ballots while making voter rolls more accurate and up-to-date. And the goal was simple: reduce the number of ballots mailed to outdated addresses. This improvement uses credit agency data to review voter rolls against more current residential or mailing addresses. Now, mail ballot voting carries significant costs tied to undeliverable ballots, ballots sent to addresses where the voter no longer resides, because the Postal Service returns those ballots to the county as undeliverable and charges the county for each one. Counties pay that cost, and then they must process the records, these ballots, which result in voters' registration being flagged as inactive with reason, quote, undeliverable ballot, unquote. These voters are not mailed ballots in the next election, and after 2 federal election cycles, the record is removed per federal law. Each undeliverable ballot carries a cost to taxpayers in every election. In 2024 alone, Colorado had over 323,000 undeliverable ballots returned. In November of 2022, El Paso County elected Steve Schleicher as the county clerk, and he took office in 23. He encouraged transparency. I want to move to what the savings has been. So since the 3 runs, since April 2023, the results for El Paso County is striking. 91,084 address discrepancies identified. 46,195 voter contacts initiated to confirm or update records. Thousands of outdated registration addresses corrected or removed, with an estimated savings of $107,000, and that's just that one county. So the authority in those county clerks and recorders to save their counties all that money and to be on the front lines doing this work, this is not something that's being done at the state level in the Secretary of State's office. So to remove the county clerk and recorder's ability to clean the rolls in this fashion is not only costly, but it's just very centralized thinking, which is to the detriment of Colorado voters and every county having to foot the bill for maintaining these old records that cost them every time they send out a ballot. All this amendment does is allow the county clerk and recorder to continue in their authority to also maintain the voter rolls. I ask for an aye vote on L34.
Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L34. So this amendment has to do with a part in the bill under Section 13, canceling registration procedures, which in statute is 1-2-605. And this is from the re-engrossed bill. If an elector whose registration record is marked inactive fails to update their registration record, fails to respond to any confirmation card, and fails to vote in any election conducted by the county clerk and recorder during the time period that includes 2 consecutive general elections since the elector's registration card was marked inactive, current statute says the county clerk and recorder shall cancel the elector's registration record. I don't understand why we want to take the county clerk and recorder out of this conversation and replace that. The re-engrossed bill replaces the county clerk and recorder with the Secretary of State. The people that are closest to the information and getting accurate records, we want to scratch and take out of the conversation and replace it with the Secretary of State. And then ironically, the next sentence says, nothing in this section allows electors' registration record to be canceled solely for failure to vote, or, add language now, or prohibits the Secretary of State, now which we've given that authority, from requesting assistance from a county clerk and recorder. So we're taking them out of the equation and then putting them back in the equation when the Secretary of State thinks they need it to reach back out to the clerk and recorder. It seems counterproductive to me and contrary to securing more confidence in particularly the voter rolls in individual counties. I continue to think this should be something we depend on county clerk and recorders and their staff to function at a very high level versus the Secretary of State. I ask for an aye vote on L34.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm sitting here listening to the debate on Amendment 034, and there again, I think about in my county, El Paso County, when people want to change their driver's license or their marriage, whatever. You know, we have the service center out on Garden of the Gods, as well as a facility downtown. But when people want to, more often than not, if they want to make a change on their information as it pertains to the clerk and recorder, they will go there. They will go there to renew their driver's license. They go, well, where should I go? Well, I'm going to go to the clerk and recorder. If I'm getting married, I have to turn in certificates and all that. Where am I going to go? I'm going to go to the clerk and recorder. If I want to change something else, that all of the nuances that a clerk and recorder does, they go, well, gosh, where am I going to go? Well, I'm going to go whatever county it may be, whether it's Douglas County or Teller County or whatever, they're going to go to the clerk and recorder. In fact, if you asked the majority or you'd ask anybody about their election information, whatever it may be, they go, well, I'm going to go to the clerk and recorder. They're not going to contact the Secretary of State. They don't even hardly know how to do it. If they can do it, they've got to go online, or they can call. I know we do that, but you go through all the hoops and hurdles. A lot of people, they would rather go and take care of these types of things with their clerk and recorder. So I find it ironic that here we're trying to, it's been talked about in the past and currently, that we're talking about expanding people to vote, and yet the very people that are closest to them in helping them to vote, we're trying to cut them out, which is the clerk and recorder. It does not make sense. So Amendment 34, which is just simply trying to keep the county clerk and recorder, who is that person and their office, the closest to the voter, we're trying to push them out in favor of the Secretary of State that most people have never met the Secretary of State. They could care less, but they have met their clerk and recorder, and they have interfaced with their staff on numerous occasions. So I think Amendment 34 is well-rounded. It's a good amendment. I urge an aye vote on Amendment 34.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no restoration of the clerk's abilities and authorities here needed because the clerks are not excluded from this process. They do the work. The SOS automates the voter removals for anyone who's inactive. The 300,000 person removal that has been referenced several times, for instance, happened and was able to happen in an efficient manner because of this automated system. So this is duplicative. The clerks are not having any power removed. They are continuing in the process as it currently stands. And we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L34. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a few years ago, I was on this bill with the former President, the former Senate President, and we added an amendment that dealt with elected precinct committee persons when it comes to large districts and large senatorial districts and large representative districts. We found a problem with that. So, and I'll explain to it, but I want to run the amendment first.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk, please read L44. Senator Pelton.
Amendment L44.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you. I move L044 to House Bill 1113.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So basically what happened is a good idea that does well in counties like El Paso was not doing well in counties or in districts like mine. So for instance, I have 7 counties. So we have a lot of PCPs in those counties, a lot. And when you have to have that many PCPs show up to be part of a quorum to, let's say, make changes to bylaws, it's virtually impossible. And I'm not saying that we don't have technology, because we have Zooms, we have all that other stuff. It's great that we have that. There are certain individuals, especially in my communities, that don't use technology that well. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate that we have that option. However, I will say this, that we're not ready for this amendment yet. So, or not ready for this kind of a rule. So that's why I'm running this amendment to strike the elected precinct community person when a senatorial district is comprised of one or more whole district, or when a representative district is comprised of one or more whole counties. So when you have a big, large district like myself, like yours, Mr. Chair, like the good senator from Cheyenne Wells or the good senator from Montrose, when you have those big districts like that and you want to change the bylaws, this is what we need to have to be able to go back and have a smaller quorum to be able to have that option. So I ask for an aye vote on L044.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the spirit in which this amendment is coming from the senator from Northern Peltonia. I do agree with the first way he put it, though. We're not quite ready for this amendment yet. Yes, it can be hard to get quorum together sometimes, and fair point about different people have different comfort levels with technology. The problem is this particular amendment, which is what we have to vote on, paints a little bit too broadly. I'm actually in a multi-county district. I represent parts of Adams and Arapahoe, so this would cut precinct people, or precinct organizers, we call them, out. I don't think that we need to do that. The way that a lot of districts in the metro area are drawn, actually, is that they're multi-county, and then you have the enclaves of Arapahoe County and Denver, so that generates multi-county districts that just don't have the same geographic challenges that some districts in our state, represented by members of whichever party, conceitedly do. So we've talked a little bit on the side with the senator from Sterling. Maybe there's conversation to be had in the interim about narrowing down the scope of this kind of thing a little bit, making sure critically it does not intersect with work that we have done in a bipartisan way just last year to make sure that vacancy committees are sufficiently robust in their composition. We have some language in our statutes that cross wires central committee composition to vacancy committee composition. We want to make sure we don't collide there. So maybe there is a thing that we can agree to in this legislature to give state parties or sub-central committees of state parties a little bit of flexibility just for establishing quorum for official business. But we would need further scoping work relative to how 44 is drafted. For that reason, we need to ask for a no vote on 44 at this time.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L44. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. To the bill, Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L24?
Amendment L24.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The current bill language removed mechanisms for individual electors to challenge others' voter registration. This amendment will create a renewed process for such a challenge. I want to note that the removal of that language did not mean that there was not mechanisms to challenge or look over or review any number of voter registration challenges. There were processes for that, and many of those included criminal prosecution if you are registered inappropriately. We've seen that happen in this very building and have extreme consequences on members here. So there was not necessarily a need for this, and I just want to give a little bit of voice to the fact that this was being used to sow discord in our elections, to propagate racist ideologies, and to say that our elections were being stolen while attempting to disenfranchise our neighbors. I think we should be careful as a body about how we allow for this to happen, but we concede the need for individuals to have this process, and so this amendment restores that. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L24? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this amendment. I rise in support of this amendment. I think this is good for all of us, and I do appreciate the the comments from the good senator from what? Longmont. And I appreciate that very much. So I ask for a yes vote on L24.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L24. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a closing comment about the conversation and how easy it is to get, trapped in one perspective or another, and that somehow if you question the integrity, you're at times, and without a doubt, I think voter rolls continue to be a place where there's a necessary need and opportunity for improvement, and I think bringing that up doesn't, plant seeds of skepticism or undermining the process. It's a real reflection and a reality that while we hold our system up as the gold standard, it isn't without opportunity for improvements. And to suggest that because you challenge those, you're instilling skepticism and undermining the system, I think is a bridge too far for me. We in this body can certainly have this debate and highlight where the shortcomings are, where the opportunities are, where we do well, and really create better policy and outcomes for people of Colorado, particularly in this space of voting integrity, and hope that we can all be supportive of the system, that the processes that really hold our representative republic and our Constitution together. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me those comments.
Thank you. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity just to say a few words about this bill. Colorado has one of the best election systems in the country because we've gone out of our way to make voting secure and easy, overcoming as many obstacles as possible, which keeps people from voting. People must have a valid ID to vote, and you can register online and even on election day itself. When you're registered, your ballot is mailed to you within weeks before the election day, so you have time to research the candidates and issues. You can return your ballot by mail, by ballot drop-off, and by going to a county clerk's office. Or you don't want to vote by mail, you can vote in person, weeks before the election or on election day itself. Our system is good, it's secure, and accurate. Still, there are ways we can improve. Enter House Bill 1113, thank you very much. We can increase the number of polling locations and drop boxes. If more places did what Colorado does to make elections secure and easy, this whole country would be widely better place for everyone. Of course our vote matters, every vote matters. Yet I still hear from some people a common complaint, why bother? My vote doesn't matter. Here's how we know that's not true. If your vote really didn't matter, then there wouldn't be so many people working so hard to take that away from you. The right of Americans to vote is under attack throughout the country. In some states, like Colorado, the right to vote is protected, and attacks against voting are defeated. But in other states, the right to vote is being restricted. It's not only a state problem, it's a national problem. And House Bill 1113 is going to help improve that. So I stand and ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1113. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1113. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Majority. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1322 until Monday, May the 4th.
Motion is to lay over House Bill 1322 to May 4th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill will lay over. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 115 until Monday, May the 4th.
Motion is to lay over Senate Bill 115 to May 4th. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill will lay over. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1123 until Monday, May the 4th.
Motion is to lay over House Bill 1123 to May 4. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over. Will clerk please read the title of House Bill 1346?
House Bill 1346 by Representatives Titone and Woodrow and Senator Kipp concerning allowing the Department of the Treasury to sell unsold insurance premium tax credits to entities that are not insurance companies.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move HB 1346 and the Finance Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the committee, we adopted an amendment that just said what we already, it was to express how something actually works because somebody felt like they needed to have it say that, so we did it.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Kipp.
So I think most of you anyway, remember that we had a special session back in August. During that special session, we passed 1004 and 1006, which authorized lots and lots of tax credits to be sold at a discount. And because we've essentially put a lot on the market and we have not sold them all yet, what we need to do is come back to you with this bill, which basically allows a third party to finish buying up those tax credits so they can resell them later, because we need to be made whole as a state before June 30th, or we will be $30 million out of balance. So this is a really important bill to pass. I ask for your yes vote.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to build on my colleagues' comments, we also learned through this process that insurance companies, and in the case of 1004 C corporations, they're not really wanting to buy future years out. They would rather wait and see what their tax liability is going to be and then purchase a tax credit. And that was something we really weren't expecting. And I think despite even, in addition to the saturation of tax credits being available all at once, that was another big factor. So an insurance company would rather pay a higher premium for those tax credits with a certainty that they can use them in that tax year. So you live and learn as you go. This would allow the third parties to capture or purchase all the unused tax credits and then go to market and sell them to insurance companies as they realize what their tax liability is going to be. So it's really no fiscal note, no impact. It just helps us to sell those remaining tax credits and put that money to good use in balancing our budget and supporting our health insurance enterprise. I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just trying to understand this. So all of these tax credits that we had last year, this year, we basically dumped them on the markets, kind of supply and demand. There was a big supply, there wasn't that big of a demand, and so the price that we were hoping to get went down. That's the way I understand it. Is that right? It was supply and demand. We had all of these tax credits that we wanted to sell, and we put them out there on the market, and there wasn't enough of a appetite for the tax credits by the companies that wanted to buy them.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Colorado Springs for that question. You're not exactly right, but you're on the right track. So in 1004, which the good senator from Loveland and I were sponsors of, we set a floor of 80%. Because already we didn't want to interfere with the affordable housing tax credits that were out there. And if we went any lower, they might be more attractive to buyers. So it doesn't operate in a vacuum. So you're always looking at it. So we set that floor at around 80. We expected first year tax credits to be purchased somewhere in the 90 range. I think they've averaged in the low to mid 80s so far. But that is partially because we did, 1006 originally was funded with unclaimed property trust fund. That switched over to the same tax credit market we were working in. So yes, I don't think we anticipated the market being saturated at that level. But really, just as important is the fact that many of these companies don't want to take the risk of buying tax credits 2-3 years down the road when they don't know what their earnings and what their tax liability is going to be. So I think it's been a learning process for us, but this bill would allow those third party to come in, purchase the unclaimed tax credits, and then have them available to sell to the companies as they learn what their tax liability will be.
Senator Kipp.
Yeah, we know that these will get sold because basically it's allowing people to get a discount on their taxes as they have tax liability. We just can't sell them all as a state prior to June 30th in order to balance our budget. This is baked into where our budget is. Again, if we don't authorize this, this will create a $30 million hole in the state budget. So it is important for the state to be made whole and for the tax credits to continue to be sold by a third party at a later time.
Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sponsors. We did hear this in finance this week, maybe? It hasn't been that long ago. To kind of add to the conversation, there were two bills in the summer session that created $200 million tranches of tax credits for sale and set a floor at 80%. They've sold, if I understood correctly in committee, they've sold about 3/4 of them, 150 million of the 200 million, with the priority going to the health insurance affordability enterprise first and foremost, and then to the general fund second, which is why the conversation about if we don't get them sold, we're short, based on this projection when they were constructed that we would sell all of them in this fiscal year. And they've been selling them at, was reported at 82%. So the third party, and so the third party is not identified yet. They would have to go out for solicit bids to do this, but the concept presented in committee was those would be sold at the current average rate that we're achieving right now. So that puts that next tranche of money at probably an 82 to 83% market rate. And then the conversation in committee was centered a lot around, so what happens to that third party that buys this? They're buying them to assure we get our funding up front this fiscal year. Then one, they either hold the risk of it actually going down further, like if we dump another $100 million of tax credits on the market, they run the risk of it going down. But then they also recognize the opportunity for it to come up. And it would have to be outlined, I'm sure, in any contractual agreement, but it wasn't clear in committee like what the expectations were. What if they go to 90, a year from now or 2 years from now? How is that gain recognized? And it would have to be done contractually, but some concerns, do they get all the profit out of this versus do they have to share it? And where do the administrative costs fall in this space? So I was pretty skeptical about the bill, and again, this intention of dumping so many tax credits onto the market so quickly. I'm not sure creating this bridge, almost this bridge of offering them up to a third party, makes a lot of financial sense to me, and which is why it was a no vote in committee this week and will continue to be a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to get up and say a few words. I, too, was in Finance Committee, heard this bill, was also a no vote. I was a no vote on both 1004 and 1006 during the very special session that we enjoyed last August. Maybe somebody enjoyed it. I guess I didn't, but Yeah, that's right. It's always great to get together and see each other's smiling faces. Anyway, my concern back in August about this particular fundraising vehicle, I guess I'll call it, fundraising mechanism that we created through these two bills, we were essentially kind of mortgaging, if you will, future revenues for the state of Colorado. And this was a really interesting conversation that we had in finance earlier this week, simply because one of the things that was unexpected, and sometimes there's unintended consequences to things that we do here, but one of the things that was unexpected was that first of all, that the bonds didn't sell out completely, and that we're still sitting here holding some, so that was kind of a surprise. And I guess hopefully a lesson for future efforts like this, because the reality is these companies, these insurance companies because we're not selling these bonds to anybody else, and I kind of question that at this point. Maybe we should open it up to sell these tax credits. Sorry, I just said bonds, and that wasn't the correct terminology. These tax credits, maybe we should just open it up and sell them to other entities than insurance companies, so that we could get them out the door. But the problem is they're not, the companies are not buying the bonds for future use because they don't know what their tax liability in 2 years is going to be. They know what their tax liability this year is going to be, so they'll pay a higher premium, if you will. They may pay 90 cents on the dollar for a more immediate use. But if they're purchasing, I'll call it speculatively, I don't know if that's a correct term, but if they're buying these looking forward, they're just not really sure what their tax liability is going to be, and so they're hesitant to pay 90 cents on the dollar because that may not be what they need in 2 years. So that was an interesting paradigm shift, and hopefully, again, a good lesson learned. But I was really concerned, and we kind of cleared this up towards the end of committee, that this company called Advantage Capital, who is actually assisting with the sale of the bonds that we created, sorry, I said that again, the tax credits that we created through legislation in the special session 1004 and 1006, these tax credits are being essentially sold through a middleman, this Advantage Capital. They make a 1% commission on this. And they were in the committee hearing, and so it became a little questionable. It's like, okay, well, what is their role going forward? Because the idea of this bill is that we are going to just sell the remaining tax credits, I got it right that time, for whatever the average price is at that point. Right now, it's around 82 cents on the dollar. And so that's what this entity, whoever it ends up being, would purchase all of them for, and then they would sell them down the road and perhaps get a better price for the tax credits, because they'd be able to hold on to them until those insurance companies needed them. And I think, am I going, I've got it going? Okay, good. I'm so glad I didn't mess that up. So this is the thing, and so there was a little concern, because, gosh, is this Advantage Capital going to be the entity that's going to buy the bonds at 82 cents on the dollar, the same company that has been responsible for those transactions over the last however many months since last August? I don't have that math in me right now. So that's a question, because is that a conflict of interest? What does that look like? Good to hear and good to know that there would be a new RFP going out for a bridge purchaser. So I was really Personally, really happy about that. So I wanted to kind of put that out there because I think this is important information. It could be Advantage Capital, but it doesn't have to be. It's whoever really gets that contract for purchase of the tax credits whenever that RFP is completed. There's a lot of, this is a very nuanced situation and one that I think that we should be keenly aware of. And again, hopefully have some lessons learned, because I don't think that this is the last time we see this method of raising a lot of money. We do this fairly, I don't think it's unusual for smaller amounts of money, but these, again, this was hundreds of millions of dollars that we were trying to raise quickly so that we could plug some holes in last year's budget. I am still very uncomfortable with the premise. I still disagree with the premise. I voted no in committee on this particular bill because I'm not really clear why we can't just go ahead and try to open this up to, other entities besides insurance companies, other than the fact that that was what was stipulated in last year's legislation. But that's my opinion, and I'm sure that the bill sponsors have a great answer for that. Thank you very much. I appreciate your attention.
All right, I have Senator Benavides next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I was in committee and heard this bill, and it was quite confusing. And what I think happened, and why I'm good with this bill, is that in the special session when they created the ability to purchase these tax credits for the premium tax that insurance companies paid, we did that assuming that the universe of people of entities that would purchase these were just insurance companies. We set it up for that. We never envisioned that that universe might not be able to handle all of these tax credits. And sure enough, they couldn't, because they weren't going to buy tax credits before they figured out how much tax they owed, because they would just be holding on to this and have paid out money for it. And even though I think it could be carried forward as far as 2033, they could be holding on to it for quite some time. And when you set up tax credits, I think it was just an oversight in the interim committee. Most tax credits have an ability to be transferred. Think of a tax credit, EV tax credit for a car. You know, you've seen the commercials, you go in and buy your car, you get your tax credit up front, because that credit, even though it's yours, the consumers, you transfer it to the company you bought the car from. And that's been going on for years and years, to be able to transfer these tax credits. The initial bill never thought of that and never put it in there. So when these tax credits were not sold, even though the sale of them was thought about and we used it for budget balancing, that was a mistake. So we found out that, and what this bill does, it widens the universe of who can buy these tax credits to a third party. And there was an RFI done, or something was done, in order to select the entity that is going to purchase those. They will purchase it, put money up front, which solves our budget balancing issue. And then they will resell it to the insurance companies that pay the premium tax credits as needed. And so however they sell it, whether it's for 80 cents on the dollar or up to, they talked about even 95 cents on the dollar, they run a risk, and they are willing to take that risk. Their initial commissions were being paid, it's my understanding, out of the $3 million plus appropriation that was done in for administrative costs in the special session bill. So there's no additional cost to have this third party come in and buy these credits, help us balance the budget, and then sell them. and they will set the price for what they sell it for, so they can make a little more or a little less. That's their risk. So I think this helps both sides. The third-party company, they were there, they testified, they were willing to do that. They may earn something on it, they may lose something on it, but they're willing to take that risk. It gets us out of our budget hole, and so I think this is nothing any of us wanted to do, but it's a good bill, and I would urge you to support it. Thank you.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard this bill in committee, House Bill 1346, and I just wanted to raise some awareness as to why I voted the way I did. The bill sponsors might be surprised about my takeaways here. I feel like the initial offering of $200 million in tax credits on the part of the state government to try to balance its cash needs was a little bit crazy, bananas. Trying to finance a current deficit with credit card interest is a little bit nuts. And the structure of the original bill was confined down to a market of health insurance credits, insurance credits. And so we could have widened that out and easily sold through our inventory of tax credits, but we narrowed it up, reduced our market, and offered it in that space. And the simple law here of supply and demand is that the more product you have out there, the lower the price is going to be. Supply. The more supply, the lower the price. The less supply, the higher the price. So what we're stuck with here is we sold through about 75% of our inventory. We have about 25% left, and we don't have a demand for that 25%. So what are we going to do? We're going to contract with someone outside to help us sell through that last 25%. I see it. It happens every day in retail. Every day. Retail outlets are stuck with inventory that they can't sell, and so they hire someone to buy the lot off of them for less dollars than they would have if they would have just kept it on the shelf. So totally understand this. This is a total market economics principle. And so I understand the flushing of inventory and the method that we're going about it. And I just have to say that it's too bad that we got ourselves into this in the first place by oversupplying with tax credits and restricting the buyers in the first place. I feel like the lesson learned here is to maybe make better choices with regard to how we try to fundraise down the road. So just wanted to make those points to the bill. Vote how you will. Thanks.
Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for the sponsors. I don't think we talked about this in the committee. If we did, I'm sorry I missed it, and it's probably in the bill. But the two bills from summer session last year had, I think, had a 5-year redemption period. The credits had to be consumed in 5 years. Since we're selling this block of whatever it is, 40 million, 30 million, whatever the number is, we're going to sell to a third party. Was it in the bill that what we sell to the third party also has to be redeemed in the same 5-year period, or do they sit there potentially for a longer period of time? I just don't recall.
Senator Kitt.
No, we don't need to change that. These, again, will be sold. Just selling them a year or 2 or 3 years out was more complicated because people don't know how much money they have or how much, what their tax liability will be. So we don't think there's any issue with selling them later. But again, the company that resells them, they're going to hold on to that risk. It's just the way it works. So I appreciate that. Yeah, we're not going to go out further.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1346. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1346 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1252?
House Bill 1252 by Representatives Bradfield and Morrow and Senators Marchman and Carson concerning updates to the state entities responsible for responding to emergency situations.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1252 and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Report.
To the committee report.
In the State Affairs Committee, we removed the office that was staffed through federal funds that went away. We transferred the remaining FTE and funds to other offices in the Department of Homeland Security, and we ensured that the Chief Information Security Officer in OIT is going to be the cybersecurity point person for the Homeland Security Advisory Board. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the SVMA committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The aye has it, and all opposed, no. The aye has it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Marchman.
Sorry.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L5?
Amendment L5.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005.
To the amendment.
Great. So this amendment comes at the request of the Colorado Commission on Indian Affairs staff. It includes tribes with other counties and local governments in this bill. It makes technical changes around updates and notice requirements that were pursuant to recommendations made to the CCIA through a formal tribal consultation. I'd ask for an aye vote on L005.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L5. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill, I think, is important. You know, the Department of Public Safety is working on some reorganization around emergency preparedness. And, you know, one of the things that I think is very important during emergencies is to be clear who's in charge. We put the leadership position in the Office of Emergency Preparedness. There's also good language in here around privacy, you know, for folks who are receiving disaster assistance dollars. You know, we've had cases, you know, with everything online and out there now, and all the fraud, identity theft, everything like that going on. I think it's important to have a provision where we make it clear that we put more privacy protections in place for victims of disasters and emergencies. So those are just a couple of the important provisions in the bill. I think it's a good reorganization bill and helps to get us on a good path for emergency preparedness going forward.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank my co-prime from Highlands Ranch for joining this bill with me. I'm not going to repeat what he said, but I will say the reason I decided to jump on this bill was primarily because it does exempt the information and data that is on a public disaster survival portal from public information requests. I think people who are going through crises don't need to be hit with all kinds of vendor requests and other things, and I hope that going forward, this will prove very helpful for Coloradans in protecting their privacy.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1252. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and that bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1010?
House Bill 1010 by Representative Wilford and Jackson and Senators Danielson concerning increasing support for older adults in the workforce.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1010 in the committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the committee, we just ran an amendment to remove the provisions around the State Apprenticeship Council. And I urge an aye vote on the report.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. This is a pretty simple measure. Basically, we believe that older Coloradans should have more of a direct impact on workforce development that the state sponsors and that we work through with other communities, as older Coloradans are a really vital and vibrant part of our workforce. And so this requires the Colorado Commission on Aging, the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Workforce Development Council to collaborate in order to integrate the opinions of older Coloradans and how the workforce could better be served by their involvement in these decision-making processes. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1010. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1010 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 177?
Senate Bill 177 by Senator Ball and Representative Gilchrist concerning a property owner's ability to petition a court for limited access to an adjoining property to make repairs.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for the delay. We are here on behalf of Senate Bill 177, which is a bill that came from a constituent of mine who had a problem where his house was falling down and he needed to repair the roof, but he couldn't do that without getting onto his neighbor's roof, and his neighbor refused to let him on the property. And so he had gone back and forth with the neighbor for years, spent $30,000 on this. This is a thing that happens from time to time, disputes against neighbors, and we hope that they work themselves out, and I think in 99% of cases they work themselves out. But Colorado doesn't have a law like a lot of other states do that says if you have a neighbor who refuses to let you do needed repairs on your property, then you can go to court and petition and have a hearing and present evidence, and the judge can grant you the limited ability just to go on your neighbor's property to do something like prevent your house from falling down. So encourage an aye vote. This is a thing that, disputes against neighbors comes up a lot. I think disputes that are this serious don't, but we want to make sure that we have something in law when things get so serious that parties have to come to litigation.
Senator Benavides.
Thank you, and I want to thank my co-prime for adding me to this bill. I think there are disputes out there with regard to your home that you can't fix, and sometimes they're minor, sometimes they're much larger. It impacts your home if you can't fix it. It continues to deteriorate. We did put an amendment on the bill, though, because initially it says district court, and the reason we did district court is because small claims court is not an area they can go to because small claims does not provide equitable relief. It just provides damages. So they really have no alternative, but if you go to district court, that can be a years-long battle, and the costs are a lot more for district court, and the procedures are a lot more difficult to figure your way through if you've never done that before. So we also encourage them to go into mediation, and having that in there, that hopefully will get things resolved. And I don't know how often this happens, but I think it happens enough that people in this situation need relief. So I'd also ask for an aye vote.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And on that note, and Senator Benavides, the good senator from Adams County discussed the amendment that we ran in committee. So on that note, I'd first like to move the Judiciary Committee report.
All right, to the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just described the changes made to committee. It was to add mediation and encourage parties to work this out before coming to court. And I would ask for an aye vote. I move Senate Bill 177 and the associated Judiciary Committee report.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Further discussion on the bill. Senator Zamora-Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard this bill in committee. I do have concerns. I mean, property rights do exist for a reason. It's also if you don't want people on your property, to not have people on your property. So I think it opens up a can of worms. Like I said, have concerns. I also know that when you purchase property, and if there's what do you call it, easements, or where you have to have a neighbor get on their property to have access to your property, that is in the papers that you agree to. And in the case where if that neighbor happens to move, those agreements are also in those documents. So I am really hesitant on SB 177, and I would urge a no vote on it.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 177. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1343?
House Bill 1343 by Representatives Morrow and Clifford and Senator Marchman, concerning expanding the use of electronic processes in proceedings involving administrative determinations and in connection therewith, expanding the use of electronic filing related to the competency of criminal defendants and in State Administrative Procedure Act proceedings and making an appropriation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1343 and the Judiciary Committee report.
All right, to the committee report.
So this will probably be the easiest bill ever because there were 3 sections in the bill, and in the Judiciary Committee, we struck sections 1 and 3, leaving just section 2. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Any more discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Marchman.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the reason that those sections were struck was this bill has been traveling at the same time as Senate Bill 149, which is the larger competency bill. Section 1 and the Section 3 appropriation that went with Section 1 was all able to be absorbed into Senate Bill 149, just leaving this component. And all this does is modernize the way that we are able to send and receive information in the court process. So we're just updating the APA, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1343. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Will clerk please read the title of House Bill 1143?
House Bill 1143 by Representatives Ricks and Joseph and Senator Weissman, concerning information collected for a background check by entities that provide non-employment-based educational opportunities.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We move 1143. There are no committee reports.
Okay, to the bill.
Members, 1143 is a mechanism by which folks can obtain a non-employment professional development opportunity like a volunteer opportunity or a clinical practicum using a fingerprint background check in lieu of a more traditional 9-digit number background check. We ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1143. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1143 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 182? Senatorial 5. All right, will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 182?
Senate Bill 182 by Senator Snyder and Simpson, Representative Caldwell and Pascal, concerning an updated clean energy plan from a municipally owned utility.
Senator Snyder.
Mr. Chair, I move Senate Bill 26182.
To the bill. Senator Snyder.
Yes.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L1?
Amendment L1, amend printed bill.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this whole process has been a long, months-long negotiation between environmental groups, Colorado Springs Utilities, the governor's office. This amendment is the same thing. So L001, did we move the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Makes us basically a bunch of non-substantive technical changes to the bill at the request of CDPHE and with agreement with Colorado Springs Utilities, Sierra Club Governor's Office. Specifically, this amendment clarifies the CEP verification process for municipally owned utilities by removing the unnecessary references to the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. As you may know, municipal utilities are not governed by the PUC. Just wanted to clarify that. Clarifies that APCD, the Air Pollution Control Division, does not require municipal utilities to pay the cost of verification. So we actually, in the original bill, had that the municipal utility would pay for any additional costs incurred. Apparently, that ran afoul of home rule and some other rules, so we took that out at the request of CDPHE. As a technical language to clarify that the Air Quality Control Commission rules on coal retirement plants will not conflict with the intent of this bill. And finally, it relocates the provisions of future emission reduction planning from Title 25, which is a CDPHE title, to Title 31, which is the Home Rule City one. So, and then there's a little bit of conforming language. So it really is a technical cleanup, non-substantive amendment, and we would ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L1. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this has been an interesting journey that really did start last summer at some point in time, and I characterized it as in committee, this is like the third bite of the apple at this space, and it really has to do with the retirement of the Ray Nixon power plant. Colorado Springs Utilities operates south of Springs. I see it every trip home to Alamosa. I drive right by the power plant. So the utility offered in its integrated resource plan several years ago a retirement date for this coal-fired power plant. It became painfully obvious for a number of reasons over the summer that this was really not a viable retirement date, not without sacrificing both reliability of the system for Springs Utilities, but also the cost to the ratepayers. It was abundantly evident they were just not going to be able to deliver what their expectations were. Imagine that, creating a plan in 2022 out to 2029 that somewhere down the road became problematic in delivering those results. So the good senator from Colorado Springs and I offered a bill early in the session at an attempt to take the second bite at this apple of retirement of a coal-fired power plant, and ran into some headwinds and some challenges, but to the credit of the good senator from Colorado Springs, largely took on this conversation and compromise and discussion and stakeholder meeting. I mean, it's in his county and in his backyard, and deals with it on a day-to-day basis much more so than I do. But out of the bill that was introduced came, actually we ended up, there was either consideration of a strike below, or we actually PI'd that bill and offered this bill for your consideration. And look, we have to be able to provide dependable, reliable, affordable services to constituents across Colorado, and Springs Utilities is no different in that space. They're a little different in the space that they're not a publicly traded entity, and they can't do this transition on anything other than their subscribers, their constituents in Colorado Springs. So it made sense to reach this kind of thoughtful compromise that sets in place without question a retirement date for the Ray Nixon power plant. And I talked about it a little bit in committee. It's not that uncommon for us to offer something like this and then have to come back and say, oh, we missed the target. We've not given everything consideration that needed consideration to get here. I think of the building performance standard that was redebated last year, where goals and directives were just not, it wasn't a reality we were going to get there. So this is another example of that. But a very concerted effort to find the right place and space to bring forward the retirement of the Ray Nixon power plant, and think the good senator from Colorado Springs, again, largely carried that load and got us to where we're at today, and ask for your support for Senate Bill 182.
Further discussion, Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my colleague for really summing it up greatly there. There's a lot going on here. Somewhere between the 2021 filing of their clean energy plan and 2024, when they went out to bid, they somehow got off track on their climate goals. And so, and it's true, when they went out to bid in '24, renewables were coming at 50 to 60% higher cost. That's not the whole story. I'm not exactly sure what the rest of the story is, but the truth is they did get a little bit off track from their stated goals. And of course, a lot of folks have emailed, well, don't benefit them for not living up to their promises or from not really being aggressive. They took their foot off the gas. But I think you have to recognize municipal utilities are quite different from investor-owned utilities. So if an Xcel or somebody like that finds that they have unexpected costs, they have a lot of options. First of all, they're a multi-state provider. They're at least 6 times larger than Colorado Springs Utilities with gross revenues of around $16 billion a year. Colorado Springs Utilities is about $3 billion a year. What I'm saying is they have all that flexibility. CSU, Colorado Springs Utility, has no ability to go to their shareholders and say, look, I'm sorry, but your dividend's taking a haircut this year because we've had some unexpected costs. Any costs incurred by Colorado Springs Utilities, they have one option: increase rates on ratepayers. And that, in a time of intense affordability discussions going on, I could not see taking the risk of running ratepayers' rates up 30 to 50% more than they already are. So I think it's important to understand the most salient point of this. This coal plant will not be open a second longer than it needs to be, and it has a drop-dead date that it has to close of December 31st, 2032. And I'm looking forward. I think we've hit that real balance between affordability and not hitting our ratepayers. El Paso County is number one in the state for people that take advantage of LEAP assistance. Colorado Springs' own program, Project COPE, also has high subscription. We have a lot of folks, and those are the folks, if we don't have some relief and have a plan forward, that are really going to suffer the most. And if you look at this bill, it has a lot of aspirations and a lot of holding their feet to the fire. So not just are we allowing the extension of the coal plant for a couple years, but they're committing to making 95% of their portfolio in renewables by 2039, which is ahead of the current schedule where we have 90% renewables required by 2040. So it's a real good balance. And finally, sometimes a good compromise is one that nobody loves, but everybody can live with. I think that's what we've accomplished with 182, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 182. I won't belabor the good comments from my colleague from El Paso County and Manitou Springs and the good senator from Alamosa who drives by the Ray Nixon power plant at least once or twice a week, coming and going. For those of you who have not been to the Ray Nixon plant, I have not only driven by it, I've been in the plant extensively literally from bottom to top, all the way. There was a whole group of us last September, 2 or 3 of my legislative colleagues had an excellent tour of the facility. And I can assure you that that the management and the good employees of the Colorado Springs Utilities are doing their utmost. As a citizen who's lived in Colorado Springs now for going on 59 years, we all want a clean environment. I haven't found anybody that says, "Yeah, I want to see brown smoke and dirty air." If that person is around, I'd like to meet them. But I know that Colorado Springs Utilities has done an excellent job over the years. I remember, and it wasn't that too many years ago, some of you might remember when you would come to the top of Monument Hill and you'd look down into the kind of the basin of Colorado Springs, and you would see literally the smog and the so-called brown cloud that was backed up against the foothills. And over the years, Colorado Springs Utilities, working with all parties involved, have done a great job. You don't see that brown cloud anymore. You literally don't when you're at the top of Monument Hill. You can see from the top of Monument Hill really as far as you can see all the way down to Cheyenne Mountain. And if you could see it on a direct line, you might even be able to see the Nixon power plant. But having been in the Nixon power plant extensively, not once, but really 3 times myself, this bill, I know, I trust what I've read about it, will do an excellent job to ensure that Colorado Springs Utilities meets their clean energy standards, because we want to do it and we will do it. We'll do a great job. And who knows, you all know that I've, and many of you have been a proponent for clean, safe, reliable nuclear energy. There is lots of land down there for a small modular reactor or whatever. Maybe the city fathers might come to realize that there may be a role, not maybe, there probably will be a role in the future of Colorado Springs Utilities for some sort of a nuclear facility, whether it's at the Ray Nixon power plant or somewhere else, I don't know. But anyways, I want to commend the sponsors, and particularly the stakeholders, the Colorado Springs Utilities, the environmental groups, and the citizens of Colorado Springs that have listened and learned and worked hard to reach an agreeable compromise. And in the byword we hear all the time is affordability. Well, this will give the affordability. I'm a ratepayer. I pay my utility bill every single month, and I see it and I look at it in detail. And all of us want to have affordability on our utilities, and this will help meet, keep it as affordable as possible, as clean as possible, and it's a win-win situation. So I urge an aye and a strong support for Senate Bill 182. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this was a bill that I heard in my committee as well. As I think they mentioned, this is an offshoot of Senate Bill 22 that was, obviously entered in very early on in the process. And no, the lights are out. That's it. I hear you. Okay, I hear you. But my concern on this is as we heard testimony from lobbyists and executives for it, they talked about how much they had been working in unison to come to a compromise from 22 to the new 182. And I come to find out that the grassroots, the people who actually live outside of these power plants, who live within the district there and have been a part of the conversation from the very beginning, were somehow left out of the conversation. We did have one woman who came and explained, she had 2 kids and was trying to work her way through, and she didn't even know about 182, while I had heard several panels talking about how their outreach was so extensive, but somehow it missed these grassroots people. So I was a no that day. I will be a no moving forward. Since then, I've gotten several emails from like-minded people who have been left out of this conversation. They don't have lobbying groups. They have kids and minivans that they move around in, and but they still would like to have clean air and clean water in their district.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 182? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 182. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1226 until Monday, May the 4th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1226 until Monday, May the 4th. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1210 until Monday, May the 4th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1210 until Monday, May the 4th. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
Excuse her. That's correct. You ready to rock, y'all? Mr. Schaffler, please excuse Senator Kirkmeyer. And I probably couldn't have done that yet because I hadn't came back to order. Senator will come to order. Now, Mr. Schaffler, please excuse Senator Kirkmeyer. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 1st, 2026, Mr. President, and Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes following recommendation thereon. Senate Bill 177 as amended, Senate Bill 182 as amended, passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1113 as amended, House Bill 1346 as amended, House Bill 1252 as amended, House Bill 1010 as amended, House Bill 1343 as amended, House Bill 1143 passed on second reading in order revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 68, House Bill 1322, Senate Bill 115, House Bill 1123, House Bill 1226, House Bill 1210, laid over until May 4th, 2026, and retaining their place in the calendar.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S001 to House Bill 1113.
Amendment S001, Senator Baisley.
Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this reminder, this is regarding the removal from House Bill 1113 of the authority of county clerks and recorders to clean up the voter rolls and focusing all of that power on the Secretary of State. So I ask for a yes vote on 001.
And please move 001.
So 001, which I move. Thank you, Mr. President.
001 has been properly moved. Is there further discussion? Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. As was mentioned, I appreciate the good senator for the conversation, as well as all of the members this morning for the conversation on this bill. As was mentioned during the debate, a restoration of powers for the clerks is not needed because they continue to be incorporated into this system and play a fundamental role in how we assess the voter rolls and remove any inactive voters. They do the work of that exclusion. The Secretary of State's office simply has an automated process to get through it, so we ask for a no vote.
That's a proper motion, and we will take a senatorial 5. Oh, I am back. Senator Doherty will be fined $5 for not being here. Senator Bright, even though you would have been an aye vote and didn't need to be here, will also be fined $5. But enjoy that sandwich. The motion is the adoption of S001 to House Bill 1113. Are there any no votes? Senators Wallace, Danielson, Cutter, Gonzalez, Marchman, Kip, Amabile, Benavides, Judah, Doherty, Snyder, Wallace again, Henriksen, Weissman, Ball, Sullivan, Mr. Majority Leader, Colker, Lindstadt, Exum, Mullica, Bridges, Roberts. Please add the president. With a vote of 11 ayes, 23 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, S001 is lost. Further discussion on the Committee of the Whole report. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senator Liston. No vote on the Committee of the Whole report. Senator Rich. Zamora Wilson.
It's like domino.
Frizzell. Carson. Catlin. With a vote of 28 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 177 is amended, 182 is amended, passed second reading, order, gross place, counter, third reading, and final passage. House Bill 1113 is amended, 1346 is amended, 1252 is amended, 1010 is amended, 1343 is amended, 1143 passed second reading, order, vice place, counter, third reading, and final passage. Senate Bill 68, House Bill 1322, Senate Bill 115, House Bill 1123, 1226, 1210, laid over to 5/4/2026, changing to place on the calendar. Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we will be taking a senatorial 5. We have some bills we're going to pull up on special orders, so we need to get that figured out and passed out, and then we will come back to go into specials.
Senatorial 5.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move a call of the Senate.
A call of the Senate has been moved and, come on. Call of the Senate. 1, 2, 3,
There you
4,
go.
5, 6, 7. Okay, a call of the Senate has been sustained.
Moved.
Moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors, allow no senators to leave, and return those who are absent from the chambers? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Benavidez, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Danielson, Doherty, Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Judah, Kip, Colker, Lindstedt, Liston, Marchman, Mullica, Pelton B. Giving them out. Pelton R. Rich. Roberts. Rodriguez. Here. Simpson. Snyder.
That's what I get for letting people get a hamburger.
Sullivan.
No food for you.
Wallace. Weissman. Zamora Wilson. Amabile. Amabile. Ball.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call is raised. Okay, Mr. Majority Leader.
Got to pull my clock because I need time. Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate take up special order second reading of bills consent calendar, which is Senate Bill 175 at the hour of 1 p.m.
Okay, we're going to take up the special order. The motion is to take up the special orders consent calendar, which is Bill 175 at 1 p.m. And it requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Senate will take up special orders consent calendar at, what time is it? 1 p.m. And Senator Exum will take the chair. Oh, no, sorry. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bill, consent calendar.
Thank you. The motion is to take up special orders, second reading of bills on the consent calendar. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. Oh. Senator Exum will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to the bill on the consent calendar.
Senate Bill 175 by Senator Snyder and Catlin and Representative Morrow and Richardson concerning the adjustment of an employer's experience modification factor in workers' compensation.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate pass the bill on special order, second reading of bills consent calendar, which is Senate Bill 175, and there are no committee reports.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 175 on the consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Thank you. The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had one bill on the consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 1st, 2026. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bill and be in the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendation thereon. Senate Bill 175, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading, final passage.
Yes, the committee has wept. Senator Exum. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is adoption of committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 175, passed second reading, order gross place counter for third reading and final passage. Special orders, second reading of the bills, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special order, second reading of bills, which consist of Senate Bill 3 and House Bill 1109 at the hour of 1:03 p.m.
The motion is to take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 1:03 p.m. This requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, though, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 1:03 p.m. Special order, second reading of the bills. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself in the committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolves itself in the committee of the whole for consideration of special order, second reading of bills. Senator Exum will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 3.
Senate Bill 3 by Senators Wallace and Cutter and Representative Brown and R. Stewart concerning expanding the scope of the Battery Stewardship Act to cover the end-of-life management of electric vehicle batteries.
Senator Cutter. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 3 and the Transportation and Energy and the Appropriations Report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Transportation and Energy Committee, we offered an original strike below that was based on conversations that we had had with the sponsors or with the stakeholders on the legislation. Yes, that was it.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us and the motion before us is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report to Senate Bill 3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and that committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we offered a strike below for this legislation following further significant stakeholder engagement. This amendment significantly lowered the fees for this program and the costs to the state while creating a robust program.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 3. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Mr. Sharper, please read the title to Amendment L005.
Amendment L005.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this amendment clarifies language in the bill that the state of battery health can be assessed on hybrid vehicles through an onboard diagnostic tool. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Please move the amendment.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. I move L005. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There you go. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the motion before us, the adoption of Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for your consideration of Senate Bill 3. We want to thank all of the stakeholders, including environmental advocates, vehicle manufacturers, battery recyclers, and small businesses that dismantle vehicles for their diligence in creating a legislative solution that establishes first in the nation critical mineral recovery rates for recycling electric vehicle batteries. These conversations took place hand in hand with the auto industry to ensure their perspectives were incorporated into this program and have thus brought about a bill that is now supported by a broad set of key industry partners, including General Motors, the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, and the Automotive Recyclers Association. As I previously mentioned, the path we have chosen for the proposed program is formatted to significantly reduce costs of administration through a streamlined program design, thus providing for lower fees for stakeholders and less costs to the state. The first 3 years of initial program fees are written in statute to cover costs. The fee for following years will be created within rulemaking, with the intention being that automakers who have more market share and handle more unwanted batteries will pay higher fees. Thus, each manufacturer will pay proportionately to their involvement in the program. By deploying a first-in-the-nation policy framework that requires vehicle manufacturers to collect unwanted batteries, we will support the manufacturers, local vehicle dismantlers, and the state, all while ensuring the vehicles moving us towards lower carbon emissions are responsibly managed and do not create unintended environmental harm. Again, we are so proud of the work of this coalition and share sincere gratitude with the auto manufacturers, Western Resource Advocates, Union of Concerned Scientists, and each stakeholder that have brought us this far. This legislation is a meaningful step toward building a truly circular economy where valuable materials are recovered, reused, and kept in circulation rather than discarded. As we confront the growing urgency of climate change, policies like this ensure that the transition to cleaner technologies is not only effective in reducing emissions, but also responsible in how it manages resources. Electric vehicles are a cornerstone of a green economy, but their long-term sustainability depends on how we handle the full life cycle of their components, especially critical minerals in their batteries. By leading on battery recycling and recovery, Colorado is demonstrating that environmental stewardship, economic innovation, and industry collaboration can go hand in hand. This is how we create a resilient, low-carbon future where progress does not come at the expense of our environment, but actively works to protect it for generations to come. With deep gratitude to all involved and excitement for what this legislation will mean not just for Colorado, but for our nation and this industry, we ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my co-prime sponsor on this, the lovely senator from Boulder County?
Yes,
Boulder
ma'am.
County. I've worked on zero waste and circular economy issues for the entire 8 years I've been here, encouraging less packaging, making sure recycling is paid for by the folks creating the trash, that we have the elements that are still usable put back into our economy so that they're not just wasted. And all this is paid for, the recycling, not by our constituents or local governments. Landfills are one of the primary emitters of methane, and landfills use land, cost money to maintain properly. There's a cost to everything, and as we move to a clean energy future, we cannot fail to plan for the end of life for the things that are moving us towards that future. That would be disingenuous and irresponsible. Tens of thousands of electric vehicles are already on the roads in Colorado, and more are expected over the next decade. This means there will invariably be increases in EV retirements as those vehicles reach their end of life. The state needs a framework and so we're on our toes when these vehicles come off the road, ensuring their batteries can be handled efficiently, safely, and sustainably. As we deploy increasing numbers of these vehicles, it's important their batteries are handled properly and considered for second life applications, like reuse or repurposing, ensures their economic and environmental benefits are maximized. One of the benefits that electric vehicles have over other vehicles is that the critical minerals contained within their batteries are incredibly recyclable. And if we ensure they're collected and only if we ensure they're collected and properly managed. But if they're improperly stored in vehicle scrapyards, they can be a hazard. Actually, a pretty significant hazard. And I want to remind us all that our fire protection districts are already underfunded and under-resourced. So it's important that we minimize that if we can. We want the critical minerals contained in the batteries of our vehicles today to power the vehicles of tomorrow as well, reducing the environmental footprint of electric vehicles, which is already much better than traditional vehicles, while generating local economic benefits and reducing the need for critical minerals from foreign countries. We don't want them sitting in landfills or scrappage yards. This is what the bill aims to do. And it's just another opportunity for Colorado to display its leadership in the transition to a more sustainable transportation sector, towards a zero waste future and a more robust circular economy. So this bill is the result of months of stakeholding between advocates and all impacted parties, and it involved lots of give and take. It is likely to be emulated in other states because of all the significant work done by all of the stakeholders, and I'm really proud to be part of this huge step forward, SB 26003, and we respectfully ask for your support.
Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the sponsors. I rise in support of 003. I'm not sure what the conversations were like. I'd love to have been a fly on the wall for a bill with number 003. Here we are on day 108, an introduced bill, a strike below in transportation, and then another strike below in appropriations. It's a tribute, I think, to the tenacity and the effort at recognizing we can't just turn a blind eye or bury our head in the sand what we're going to do with these propulsion batteries going forward. So I applaud the effort, and I can say, I would have thought maybe the auto industry would have been in my office going, please help us, but they weren't. I think they must have ended up supportive of the concept to create a path forward where, again, we don't just dispose of these propulsion batteries, end up in landfills as a horrible outcome. And I do appreciate the connection to critical minerals. As a mining engineer, I have a deep appreciation for how we can minimize the impact on the environment and supplies by really an effective, thoughtful, engaged recycle or refurbish or whatever we're going to do in that space and reduce our demand for those critical minerals that largely come from outside the United States. So an interesting policy to, again, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall how these conversations unfolded given the fact there were two strike belows to the Senate Bill 003, and again, we're in day 108. So appreciate the sponsors' tenacity in this space and rise in support of 003.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and Senate 003 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1109.
House Bill 1109 by Representative Stuart Kay and Joseph and Senator Danielson concerning the commission of a study to determine if additional consumer protections are needed for the deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind community with respect to sign language interpretation services provided in the state.
Thank you. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1109 and the committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made an amendment that just drew the oversight into the proper place, and I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report to House Bill 1109. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you all know, interpretation services for the deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind community are absolutely critical for every part of their lives. Whether it's a medical visit or a hearing in the state capitol, for example, which I should bring up, it helped to illustrate the purpose of this bill. What we're doing is commissioning a study to see whether or not interpreters need licensure eventually. Right now, they can get credentialed, but it doesn't mean that they're all qualified or providing quality interpretation. During the committee hearing, there was an interpreter on the Zoom who couldn't interpret for one of the witnesses trying to participate in the hearing about quality interpreters. It was demonstrative of the reason we need to do this study, to figure out what can the community do to address the lack of quality interpreters or what else needs to happen. And I'll also just highlight briefly that this was drawn to particular attention during the pandemic and immediately following, because a lot of the interpretation services went online. And so when you can see where you're getting interpreters from out of state all over the country or right here in Denver, the quality will be very different because the qualifications and the licensure and the certifications are all different. So we should figure out what best serves the community here in Colorado and then act accordingly in subsequent legislative sessions. This bill just authorizes the study. And so I urge an aye vote on this measure.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1109. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and amendment or House Bill 1109 is adopted.
Thank you.
That's what I said. Senate 205. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Thank you. The motion for the body for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Majority Leader is fined $1 that I will pay because we took too long to get back to the chamber. Way too long. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had two bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
May 1st, 2026, Mr. President, in committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 3, as amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1109, as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adoption committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 003 is amended, passed second reading, order gross place counted for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1109 is amended, passed second reading, order revised place counted for third reading and final passage. Consideration of House amendments. Mr. Majority Leader.
Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5. Committee reports.
Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration on the merits, committee recommends the following. House Bill 1324 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed in the consent calendar.
Is that right? Consideration of House amendments. Ah, yes. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 51.
Senate Bill 51 by Senators Ball and Liston and Representative Pascal concerning age attestation for users of computing devices.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I make motion that we concur with the House amendments.
Please tell us why, Senator Liston.
Very good. Well, members, just briefly, if you want to look at the revised, what looks to be like a strike below really is not, and I'll let my good colleague, the senator from Denver, explain the minor changes.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to withdraw my motion to concur with House amendments for Senate Bill 51.
That motion has been withdrawn. Mr. Schaffler, please excuse Senator Catlin. And now, back to that motion. Oh, hold on. Oh, I have to read it again? Oh, yeah, that's right. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 51.
Senate Bill 51 by Senators Ball and Liston and Representative Pascal and Ricks concerning age attestation for users of computing devices.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 26-051, and that what looks like something that the bill has been totally rewritten is not necessarily the case, and I'll let my good colleague from Denver explain the minor changes.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's correct, as my co-prime sponsor stated. There was a strike below amendment in the House, but it actually didn't change as much as it looks like. They added a legislative declaration, and then we had heard some concerns from the open source community in Colorado, and so we brought together a group of folks from the open source community and cybersecurity experts to make some really relatively small changes to how the bill works, make sure it's workable, make sure liability doesn't fall on anyone who's contributing their time in the open source community, but doesn't fundamentally change the bill, and ask for an aye vote on the motion to concur.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 51. Are there any no votes? No votes on concurring with House amendments to Senate. Seeing no votes, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused. That motion is adopted. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 26051 as amended by the House.
With a favorable
and
recommendation.
ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 51. Are there any no votes? What? Senators Zamora Wilson, Rich, Marchman, Sullivan, Roberts, Baisley. These are no votes on repassage of Senate Bill 51. Kip. Colker is a no vote. Further no votes on repassage of 51. With a vote of 25 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 51 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title, Senate Bill 132.
Senate Bill 132 by Senators Robertson, Carson, and Representative Josephine Soper, concerning a requirement that a law enforcement officer offer a voluntary preliminary screening test for alcohol to a driver and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 132.
Please tell us why.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the House, they made some final tweaks to the section of the bill that relates to the situations, the rare situations, but they do occur when the officer does not have a PBT, a preliminary breath test. And so we think those are good amendments and ask for an aye vote on concurrence.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 132. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Magnus's Law, Senate Bill 26-132, as amended by the House,
Seeing
and
no
ask for
further-
a favorable vote.
Very good. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the repassage, Senate Bill 132. Are there any no votes? Senators Basley, Senator Basley is an aye vote. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent to excuse, Senate Bill 132 is repassed. No sponsors. Consideration of governor's appointments, consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the appointments listed on the consent calendar.
Member of the Colorado Health Facilities Authority Board of Directors for a term expiring June 30th, 2029, Lauren Vam of Arvada, Colorado, to serve, a Democrat, occasioned by the resignation of Jessica Klotch of Louisville, Colorado, an unaffiliated appointed. Members of the Clean Transit Enterprise for terms expiring September 28th, 2029, Diane Barrett of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a member of the Transportation Commission and have statewide transportation expertise appointed. Chris Jones of Boulder, Colorado, to serve as a representative of an urban area and have transit expertise reappointed. David Averill of Telluride, Colorado, to serve as a representative of a rural area and have transit expertise reappointed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the appointments on consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar, which is Lauren Kavame of Arvada and Jessica Klotchy of Louisville for the Colorado Health Facilities Authority Board of Directors, Diane Barrett of Denver, Chris Jones of Boulder, and David Averill of Telluride for the Clean Transit Enterprise.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent to excuse, those appointments are confirmed. Consideration of governor's appointments. Mr. Schaffler, please read the appointments to the Transportation Commission.
Oops.
Members of the Transportation Commission, effective July 2nd, 2025, for terms expiring July 1st, 2029. Barbara McLaughlin of Durango, Colorado, to serve as a commissioner from the 8th Transportation District appointed. Terry Hart of Pueblo, Colorado, to serve as a commissioner from the 10th Transportation District reappointed. For terms expiring July 1st, 2029, Diane Barrett of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a commissioner from the 1st Transportation District appointed. Carl Castillo of Boulder, Colorado, to serve as a commissioner from the 4th Transportation District, occasioned by the resignation of Elise Jones of Boulder, Colorado, appointed.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of Barbara McLaughlin, Terry Hart, Diane Barrett, and Carl Castillo to serve as members of the Transportation Commission.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion, Senator Mulliken.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take a moment because one of these nominees is from my district or is representing my district or my community, Mr. Castillo, and really just wanted to go on the record to offer my appreciation to CDOT and to Mr. Castillo for really taking initiative to come out to Adams County, to get to know Adams County. That he showed up to NADA, is already working with the local governments on things that matter to my community, even though he is from Boulder. The gentleman is very qualified. He's been involved his whole career in local government. He has, I believe he's a lawyer, if I'm correct, to the transportation chair. he's extremely qualified and has spent his career in this area and is committed to really representing that whole district. And so just really wanted to show my appreciation and to encourage everyone to vote enthusiastically for this nominee that's going to be representing my district because I think he's very qualified and he's committed to representing the district.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the appointment of the members to the Transportation Commission. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Following persons, Barbara McLaughlin, Terry Hart, Diane Barrett, and Carl Castillo are appointed to the Transportation Commission. Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the appointment of Juan Marcano to the Transportation Committee lay over until Monday, May 4th, 2026.
The motion is laid over the appointment of Juan Marcano to the Transportation Commission on Monday, May 4th, 2026. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appointment will lay over until Monday, May 4th, 2026. Message from the House. We suck.
The House has adopted and transmits herewith House Joint Resolution 1030 as printed in House Journal May 1st, 2026. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 143 and Senate Bill 124. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes House Bill 1421, amended as printed in House Journal April 30th, 2026.
Message from the Revisor.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1421.
Introduction of resolutions. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of SR 009.
Senate Resolution 009 by Senator Simpson concerning ALS Awareness Month.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Resolution what? Which resolution?
009.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over SR 009 until Thursday, May the 7th.
The motion is to lay over SR 009 to Thursday, May 7th, 2026. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. SR 009 will lay over until Thursday, May 7th, 2026. Oh, signing of bills.
The President has signed House Bill 1007, 1044, 1101, 1107, 1208, 1215, 1216, 1217, 1218, 1219, 1220, 1229, 1237.
I don't know about all that, but okay. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 51.
Senator 05. The motion is a reconsideration of Senate Bill 51. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Reconsideration is granted. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 51.
Senate Bill 51 by Senators Ball and Liston and Representative Pascal N. Ricks concerning age attestation for users of computing devices.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the repassage of Senate Bill 51 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 51. Are there any no votes? Senators Marchman, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Amabile, Sullivan, Colker, Roberts, Baisley, with a vote of 25 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent to excuse, Senate Bill 51 is repassed. Co-sponsors. No announcement. Senatorial 5. Mr. Majority Leader.
Colleagues, we need to do a procedural move to pull up a specials calendar for House Bill 1324. The bill was routed to the floor and it needs to go to appropriations. So we are going to pull up a specials calendar, go into the cow. We will motion to move the bill to appropriations, then we'll come out of the cow. So on that, Mr. President, I move the Senate take up House Bill 1324 on special order second reading of bills at the hour of 1:44 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up that bill at the hour of 1:44 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will take up that bill at the hour of 1:44 p.m. Special orders. Second reading of the bill, Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders.
Is a consent.
Members.
Senator Weissman.
More procedure, Mr. President. I withdraw the last motion.
And does the Majority Leader have to withdraw his motion, or just Mr. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my motion.
All right, now, Mr. Majority Leader.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special orders, second reading of
Bill's consent calendar.
calendar. Mr. President, colleagues, There's been a request to remove Senate House Bill 1324 from consent, and it'll be put on special order second reading of bills. On that note, Mr. President, I move the Senate take up Senate Bill 1320, House Bill 1324 on special order second reading of bills at the hour of 1:45 p.m.
The motion is to take up that bill at the hour of 1:45 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will take up that bill at the hour of 1:45 p.m. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of Special, Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Weissman will take the chair. No script. Get you some of that.
Committee will come to order. Leave your coat on. Will be done soon. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1324.
House Bill 1324 by Representatives McCormick and Gilchrist and Senator Doherty concerning regulation of the division of professions and occupations and in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2025 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that House Bill 1324 be referred to the Appropriations Committee and ask for an aye vote.
Members, the motion is to refer 1324 to the Committee on Appropriations. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. 1324 is referred to the Appropriations Committee. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Members, the motion is to rise and report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. We'll rise and report.
You know what I was thinking? I was thinking the Senate should come to order. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and considered one bill. Mr. Schaffler, please read the report.
May 1st, 2026. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bill, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendation thereon. House Bill 1324, referred to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senator Henry, oh gosh. No votes. With a vote of, stop it, 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused. Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1324 referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Announcements. There is one announcement, Mr. Majority Leader, coming up. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Today is the 719th Friday since my son Alex was murdered along with 11 others in the Aurora Theater Massacre on July 20th, 2012. I was born an Irish Catholic from a long line of Irish Catholics. And even though later on in my life haven't been a church-going Catholic, we still had a very strong belief, and that whole line of Catholics, it never gets out of your bloodstream. I am racked with guilt at all times because of my faith. And one of the things that it has helped me with or explained to me is I believe that there was a presence that let me know very, very early on that Alex and I wouldn't have much time. And so that's why the first couple of years, I worked nights and Terry worked days. So I was with Alex all day long when he was growing up. And as he got older, we spent so much time together. I remember when he got his first cell phone, and I worked nights, he would, when he would wake up, he would just wake up and he would call me. and he would still be asleep, and he would just check in on me, and I would ask him what he had going on, and he would ask me how my day was going. And so I think that was a part of why the two of us were so close and did so many things. And Alex, being the next line of that Irish Catholic faith, he had his own faith in him that was growing, and he didn't understand. Terry and I, we did the best we could. We got both the kids baptized, but we didn't follow through with all of the rest of the sacraments that you're supposed to. I guess we're bad Catholics. And we had attended a couple of funerals for his grandparents, and when the time came for communion, he had to sit there, and all of his cousins would go up. And then when it happened the second time, he couldn't go. And he decided, well, what do I need to do? And so he decided on his own that he was going to go through the classes and get himself confirmed so that he could receive communion. And so he did that. And he did that, the year before. And he was able to receive communion. He also got the opportunity to get married in the Catholic Church by a priest. The only part was that the next time he was together with his cousins for a funeral to receive communion, it was his. He had never gotten that opportunity again to do that. One of the other things that he taught me was that to let people know about how you're feeling or what they mean to you. And he, again, I think this was the connection that he knew that he didn't have as much time. So he would tell his friends how much they meant to him. He would ask questions of people that he didn't know, or things that he wanted to learn. And I took that on, and certainly Alex certainly had a filter to his questions and his statements and stuff. But after he was murdered, my filter was gone. So, but I struggle all the time trying to figure out why people, especially here in this building, around this area, are so afraid. And I have to think that it's such a different space to have people actually tell you the truth, to be completely, and in my case, unfiltered, honest with you. And I think that is what really terrifies people, because they don't want to hear that. And so that's what causes the fear factor around me, but it's not going to stop because you all know what's going on around here. And I realize, I've got guys waiting outside of the locked hallway into my office with stacks of pictures of the police coming to his house, and he's blaming me for them being there. We have a member of the House who's collecting my cigar butts and making a Facebook post for some reason. And I misspoke a single word. I used clip instead of device. And they had a podcast that evening about it. And I got 20 different phone calls and emails on it, 3 of them that were threatening. So I understand what's out. It's here. It's out there. And so it could be at any time, and I am in full acknowledgement of that. So if you're listening, you'll know exactly where I stand, what I think, and what I plan to do. And that's what I will continue to do the rest of the days of my life. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we will just be reading bills across the desk, so we will be recessing. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you on Monday. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until 2:30 p.m. today.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. So recess until 2:30 p.m. today.